Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As we are getting prepared for the day, you'll see Gabe going in and out of the furnace, and he's heating up a pad that he'll lay some cane on to be able to roll it up into glass later when he's ready. But he has to get the pad nice and hot first, get it warmed up. Hello, thank you all waiting so patiently as we get started. It's a very complex setup that we have going on today, but we will get started pretty soon. Now, as you guys all gather in and have a seat, I will give you guys the basic overview of how things work here in the hot shop. My name's Emily. I will be your MC for the day. And if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll try my best to answer them. So everything that we do here at the museum starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that's filled with up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's the large silver oven there to my left with the black door on it. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. And as you rotate that steel pipe, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And so the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to approximately 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. I think I may have already said that, but that's okay. It's about 2,100 degrees when you open that door. So the impact on your hand is super duper hot. And then from there, after we get a good gather, we'll then work in and out of the glory hole. The glory holes are the large ceramic tanks. The large ceramic ovens that are here that look orange. And we light these glory holes up every morning. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. And they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. So there's no glass inside of the reheating chamber. There's only thermal energy, so only heat. And then the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. And so, as we know, there's a heat wave outside, but it's always smoking hot in here. So it's always a heat wave in here. And so from there, we will have to add color in different ways. And today, we will be rolling up some cane. Typically, color is applied to glass in three to four different ways. Actually, a lot of different ways, but there are three basic ways. So we have color frit, which is chopped glass. We have color powder, and we also have color overlay. Like I said, today we are preparing ourselves, and the pads that we have here, we've heated them so we can come back later and roll up cane. Cane is little pieces of color that are cut into cross sections that'll be rolled up and applied to a color, I believe a color cup. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2,300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So to my far right, Ben has gathered, and I think I may have skipped a step in reference to after we gather, we shape that gather, and then we'll blow into the end of the pipe, and we'll cap it, and a bubble will be formed. This is our inception point. This is the start of any glass blown piece. And the bubble What it does is it allows for a mouth at the very top, I mean, at the very end of that rod to be created. And it'll be the end of the rod and the beginning of our piece. And as we continue to add glass, we will continue to blow into the end of the rod to make our piece bigger. So the more glass, the more volume, the more that the bubble will grow as you blow. What we're doing now is we're performing that color overlay. Sarah picked up a color rod that's been preheated out of the box, and she's going to overlay it over this clear bubble that Ben is chilling right now. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. We are just getting started. We have Tanner Weiss with us. He is our visiting artist this week. And as you can see, Sarah came over and laid that color over that bubble, and Ben will begin to totally lay that bubble all over that clear, lay the color, the hot orange color. It's only orange because it's hot. It's not orange when it cools, but it looks orange because it's holding the heat. He'll begin to work that color over that clear bubble, and he'll continue to create his piece as he moves forward. Tanner will be with us all week creating here in the Hot Shop, and up on the screen you can see some more images of his work. Today, the work that Tanner will be focusing on are his irises, and so he's inspired by the way that all of our eyes actually vary in color, and a lot of it is derives from communication also, and just making that good eye contact as he was taught. He started out in California back in 2015 is when he began working with glass, and now he's here with us today. He actually applied for his residency in 2019, but due to COVID, it's been a long time coming. So it's really an awesome thing that he's finally arrived and he's able to work. The irises are the focus. The beauty of visiting artists that come to the Museum of Glass is they get to work with our hot shop team. And so that means that they get a really big team, a really big hot shop, and they get to make really cool stuff. And so as you see here, the pads for the cane have been prepped. We've laid this cane down, and we're going to roll this cane up into hot glass. And that is where these color cups derive from that are down here on the table with all the different shrieks inside of them. A lot of what we do is a bit of a hurry up and then wait because we want to make sure that things are proper. And so you have to gain the momentum and then take it kind of slow, and then we'll be able to get started. And so as you see, Ben has gathered over that color overlay. And as that color overlay cooled, it became darker in color. And he'll go back and clean up any of his gather to take any imperfections out. And then in with his blocks, he'll go for shaping. The blocks are a hollowed out sphere of cherry wood that are soaked in water, and the layer of steam provides protection to the glass to to prevent any blemishes. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I will be happy to answer questions for you. Hey, Daria. So what are we doing? Are they going to roll that in here? And then they're going to make it a cup and put it away? Yeah, they're going to make a cup and put it away. This man will tell me. Hey, dude. Hey, Ben. Is that a cup for the iris? Oh, right. Over that color? So gravity is your best friend and your worst enemy while you're making glass art. And so you'll notice that pipe rotates the entire time it's in their hands. It never stops turning, ever. So we're going to prepare the cane to be rolled into this glass here. This glass already has one color bubble that's inside of that orange hot glass. So we've already added some color over the bubble. Now we're going back to add some design. So we're gonna go in for one more gather. And once again, for those of you who are just joining us, the furnace is a large ceramic tank. It gets up to about 2100 degrees and it holds 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. That glass that he's stripping off. Oh, there's a diagram and it tells you a little bit more. It can show you about how the furnace is constructed. And as he strips off that glass, he allows it to fall into the bucket because it was just a hefty gather. So he's eliminating some of that gather. And so he's just allowing it to drip off. Gabe is preparing the cane to be rolled up, which means we have to get it nice and hot. And so he'll roll that cane up and he'll clean it off with the broom to dust away any imperfections and into the glory hole. Can we please see the glory hole diagram for those who are just joined us? And the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. There's no glass inside the glory hole. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it's about 2,300 degrees inside of there. So now as Ben has come out of the glory hole, he's just going to work away at the glass. He's plucking out imperfections. He's also heating up those pieces of cane to be able to get a nice even layer around that bubble. As we rotate on the marvering table, the glass begins to chill a little bit faster than we would like, and so because that table is extracting the heat. So you'll see he'll go into the glory hole, onto the marvering table, back into the glory hole so he can get that cane nice and hot. Yeah, so that's why he's heating it and shaping it, heating it and shaping it. So what we're going to have is we're going to have, when they start to blow it out, the inside will be a solid color, then you're going to see lines on the outside. We're going to actually make some stuff cups, and so you'll see, it doesn't really make sense when I say it, so just watch. But that's kind of like, you'll figure it out, but not really, like, you'll see, I'll narrate it as we go. So as he's melted those cane into the glass, it all becomes smooth as he's rotating it on the surface and marvering it. This is known as marvering, and so that just means shaping on the table. And so with his jacks, he'll go in and he'll start to carve a line there. And as he carves, he's pinching his hands. And so I believe he may be taking this piece off, but we'll see. He'll blow into the end of that pipe to make that bubble just a little bit bigger. And as you can see, the cups here are what it's starting to look like. That's what he's making. His diamond shears are a 360 cut, and so with the diamond shears, he'll remove that glass where he carved into at first. And he'll go in with his tweezers to tweeze out any little imperfections he can see. And so that way, what he's done is he's edited the design to where it all meets. He's combined all of those canes that he picked up. he pinched them to meet them at the very top. And so Ben will go in with his papers. His papers are a very intimate tool to use for shaping. And as he goes in with his papers to shape, there is still a bubble inside of this glass. So Daria is blowing as he applies pressure to the glass. Papers are just good old newspapers soaked in water. So they're figuring out how they're going to plunge this color into a cup. I believe we're making a stuffed cup, but let me confirm. So the cup that Gabe picked up, one of these cups are inside of this oven here, and why it's in the oven is because we need to heat it up because we need to make sure all the glass is at compatible temperatures so we don't encounter thermal shock. So what he's doing is he's created a color overlay over a bubble, and then he's put cane on top of that color overlay on his own to add more layers of design of pre-created cups. He's going to gather one more time. They're gonna come over here, walk up the stairs, open the annealer, and then they're going to stuff all of this design into one of those cups. So it's called a stuffed cup, but the cup already has designs on it that they're stuffing with additional pre-created designs. So when it all binds together, it'll give you a heavy amount of pattern. How are you? So when they stuff the glass inside of the cup, because the cup is being heated, we're going to take it out and keep working it into the process. So just the same way that we did the color overlay, we're just doing a cup overlay. And for those who just joined, well, we'll give it a minute. So we're preparing ourselves to take another gather, and then we'll go back and stuff the cup in just a moment. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer them. Once again, my name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. So as we wait patiently, the oven is going to get up to temperature, and then we will stuff the cup. So as we continue to take glass from the furnace here, we have to somehow replenish that 1,000 pounds of glass. So I'll show you guys how we get more glass here at the museum. The technician, he does a process known as charging the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Can we please see some of Tanner Weiss's work for the people who just joined us? If you're just joining us here at the hot shop, we are working with Tanner Weiss. He is the visiting artist for this week. He's from California. He started in glass art in about 2015 when he was a senior in high school. He actually applied to come and work in the hot shop in 2019, but due to the pandemic, he just got here today. So he finally got to come in and work with us. It's been a while, but he's here, and that's great. It's so Ben has gathered, and he's stripping off some of that glass inside of the recycle bucket. And so now that he has this nice gather, he'll have to shape it properly to be able to stuff it in the cup. The additional cup is inside of the annealing oven, and it's coming up to temperature to prepare itself to be able to be stuffed. And in with his diamond shears and then his papers. His papers are just newspaper folded up and soaked in water. And as he rotates back and forth, he'll add some pressure and shape this bubble. Inside of all of this hot glass lives a small or medium-sized bubble that's being blown into as he continues to edit his original colors he's added. And into the annealing oven. And he'll plunge this glass into that cup. And as the glass fills the cup, then we'll slowly start to see it come up to the top. And that's how you stuff a cup. And then from here, he will begin to heat it again within the glory hole. So he's able to overlay this cup properly, and he's able to combine all those layers by adding heat. everyone, welcome to the hot shop. Come on in and have a seat. Over to the pipe cooler, he'll go to cool down that pipe because he's stuck it into these machines so many times that the pipe has started to accumulate heat, and so we want to just cool it down a little bit. Hey everyone, welcome to the hot shop here at Museum of Glass. We have Tanner Weiss with us. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day.
Hey everybody, how are you guys? If you have any questions, please let me know, okay? All right. Where have you guys been so far? To the education studio? Yeah. Oh, did you guys make pictures? Yeah. Are they drying? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay, so now that the stuff cup has been placed, we'll go back and just do reheating, probably blow it out a bit.
Yeah. That's Tanner.
So Tanner is the man marveling at the table right now. He's our visiting artist for the week. He'll be here till the 21st, creating his irises. And so the iris is the portion of your eyeball that contains the color. And he sees this to be important because it focuses on so many things, your communication, their different variations. And he taught us this morning that all of our irises are not actually one and the same. So they all vary just a little bit. And the colors inspire him as well. And so here's an example of one of his irises that are, and an iris is the color pattern inside of your eyeball.
That really does look like an eye. But I don't really understand the dots. Where do the dots come in? No, do our eyes have little speckles? They have like little weird little strands there. Okay. Have you ever looked at like a magnified version of it? Yeah. Yes. I've held some eyeballs before. That's cool. At the hospital. You can go see, well, like, you go to the autopsy room. Oh. Yeah, think about that. That'd be cool. Well, when I was younger, I did health adventures.
And so Ben will go with his papers to add some shaping. As he shapes, Daria will blow into the end of that pipe to make the bubble bigger. How hot is the glass when it comes out? And so can we please see a diagram of the glory hole? And so the glory hole is really hot. It gets up to about 2,300 degrees, and it's only used to reheat the glass, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air, which means that that's how it gets super duper hot are those two elements. And so the glass has to stay above 1,000 degrees to be worked. And so it's always hotter than 1,000 degrees, and it can get up closer to 2,300 degrees when you keep it in the furnace the glory hole for a long time.
How come
How come his hands are not hurting? Why is he not getting burnt? That's because it's hot, but he's probably been doing this for a good while. Well, this is when he brings it over here to this pipe cooler, he's just cooling down that pipe because it's starting to warm up. And so he'll just cool it down. But his hands are not hurting and he's not getting burnt because they've been doing this for a very long time and they're kind of used to the heat, but they make glass blowing look very easy. None of this is easy. They've just been working with glass for over 20 years now. What's the table for? The table is a marvering table, so it helps us shape the glass.
How much practice do they need for what?
How much practice do you need before you can blow glass? That's a really good question. The glass artists at the Hot Shop team, they practice 5 days a week. Some of them have gone to school, some of them have started in factories, in different places. But making glass art is just like practicing an instrument. So creating in glass art is just like being a musical artist or a sports player. So the more you practice, the more you learn, the better you get. Our main team here in the hot shop started about 20 years ago, so they've had a lot of practice over a long period of time. Tanner said that he started when he was a senior in high school, so he said in about 2015 is when he started. And back into the furnace he'll go to gather more glass. The furnace has about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside of it, and it's just like honey in a way.
He's gonna stuff another one? That's good.
So now we will get prepare this bubble for another cup to stuff it with another cup. So there's going to be an immense amount of pattern for this iris.
Because the more pattern, it'll be tighter. So there won't be much separation in the lines. How long does it take till it's completed?
So right now we're preparing ourselves to stuff this cup again. I think I said this already. So the more that we stuff this cup, the tighter the lines will be, like the space between the lines will be. So it'll look very, very, very real, just like our eyeballs. Um, how long, the question was, how long will it take for this piece to be ready? Glass bakes, or it cools down at an even temperature within an oven that's annealing, which is an annealing oven. So you'll see the black one here, you'll see the black one there. And so these are computerized ovens that ramp down over a system of time. Glass cools depending upon its thickness. So what that means is the annealing oven ramps it down back to room temperature, and it's set to a scheduled system depending on its thickness.
So
So that could be a day, that could be 2 days.
it just depends on how thick it is. Yeah. And that's thick. Is that considered thick? No. Oh. That's thick. Oh. That's not thick. Okay. Because, we cut in cross section. So it'll be like this times literally like by almost like
Back into the cup he'll go, which is in the oven. So now he's picked up more color. He's stuffed another cup.
what was I saying? I don't remember. It'll be like this, but at least times a lot. Like a lot, a lot. Like this is a lot here, but more maybe. So when he's done,
So we have Gabe right here at the marvering table. He has on a black shirt. This is Tanner in the tank top. And then we have Sarah to our left at the glory hole. And then Ben in the crimson shirt. The three artists, so Ben, Gabe, and Sarah, are the hot shop like main artists that work here or Wednesday through Sunday when we're open. Tanner's a visiting artist, and then we also have Tanner's team that he brought with him. Daria is the assistant in the hot shop. She works and assists the hot shop team, so she's always here with us. And then
Tanner's team, I don't know their names right now, but he brought a couple people. He can bring whoever he would like, and they'll be here for the week, right? So like today we have these two assistants for him, right? He might bring somebody totally different tomorrow. So we all know each other because we're all glass artists. So like for the most part, people that come and help, we kind of know 'em. And like, but the three people that I named that are older, they look a little older than the younger people. That's who works here. That's the hot shop team. Like they're like the dream team. They can pretty much make anything in one go, and usually that's very unheard of. Like to make something, it takes like if like me and my friends do it, it'll take us like 3 times, and we might fail every single time we do it. Yeah. So like I can bring something to Gabe, and like, hey, can you do this? And what he sees in a picture, you can make like with his bare fingers. If I just want him to make me a tiny prototype or something, yeah, he's good. They're all really good.
And so now we have heated up this really big stuffed cup. As you can see, our block has grown. As our block has grown, so has our glass. Gabe is getting ready the transfer rod. It's also known as a punty rod. Punti or puntil means to bridge in Italian. But I will reference it to you as a transfer rod.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Has anyone got hurt by like touching the glass? If you touch the glass, you'll get burnt. Yeah, has anyone done it though? I don't know, not really.
The fire is kind of like the fire at home on your parents' fireplace if you have a fireplace. It's just a fluffy torch, and then when they turn on the torch and ignite it, it'll shoot out and get up to about 2,500 degrees, and so it's used to keep the glass warm.
That's a good question. What's your second question? Those are two good questions. I'm gonna come back to it. How do they what?
Oh, glass gets color in many different ways. Color is applied to glass through color overlay, color frit, color powder, and the patterns that we keep picking up are made from little small canes that we've rolled up into glass. And so they've made these at a different day and a different time. So they're picking up patterns. They already picked up some color. And I can show you about color in a moment, okay?
The first question,
And then the second question. So I have two really good questions. The first question is how much sand is in the glass? And the second question is why do we make glass? So there are three components, and sand is the main ingredient. I can't tell you exactly how much sand, but it's one of the three main ingredients they use to create glass. I can show you a bit better than I can tell you about how glass is made, though. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And I'm just kind of reading the room, but a lot of it is like I'm just learning like how you guys are learning. I just know the process. Yeah. No, he has a team for that. So you become like you kind of become like the he's directing. He's directing. Yeah, he's directing. We kind of stay away from like traditional titles because it doesn't really translate that way on the floor. So Ben is the gaffer. He's at the chair. So he's the head of he's the director. He's really the director of the hot shop. But then Tanner's a visiting artist, and he's just giving them a concept. He's coming up with the idea, and they're making it happen. And so they're talking about like, oh well, what would be good or what would be bad or how should we do it? Okay, let's try this out. Let's try that out. Just try new things and create. They just try. This is all experimental. They just make it look easy. They finesse it the whole time. They just finesse it.
The torch here is just a fluffy torch. It's used just to heat the glass. As we get closer to the end of the process, before we take it off, you'll see that they're going to use it more, and I'll explain why when they get there. The question was, why do we make glass here? Why is the focus glass? Well, Chihuly is one of our co-founders of the Museum of Glass. He's the Tacoma native, and if you learn anything or if you Google Del Chihuly, you'll learn more about him and the glass art movement. And so we make glass here at Museum of Glass to inspire the community to create in glass art and other kids like yourself. And there's just a really strong glass community within the Pacific Northwest. And that's why we make glass here. So this museum is dedicated to allow artists to come from all over the world to make glass and to show their work. And so it's just a happy place for glass artists to be on exhibit. And as you see, Ben has put on a Kevlar glove, and he's also put on a sleeve because this cup has gotten so big that he can really start to get an impact on that heat. It's really impacting him in a way that it's becoming unbearable to a degree. So he's put some protection on because he has to get in there and get close to it. As you can see, he has some shears there, and he's just cleaning up the tip of that cup. The more that he cinches the end of this cup, the tighter the design will be pulled together. This thing here is an annealing oven, and this oven has all the cups inside of it, which are patterns. Can we please see the pulling cane video to learn how we put up this cane? If you look on the screen, you will see how we added cane patterns today. And this is how we get lines of cane pattern into our design. In with the hot torch, Gabe will go. He's getting that spot that that Ben has cut, super duper cleaned up. The hot torch is about 5,000 degrees. It's a small torch, but it's super hot in heat.
Yeah. They use minerals to make the color like they do in fireworks, where they'll add like. Yeah, so all colors are color compounds. They're derived from different types of minerals. So this bar here, so this is a color bar. When this is heated, it's then overlaid. Were you here for the color overlay? I'll play a video. I don't know what we're doing yet, so I don't want to play a video and you guys miss this, but let me see. I'll show you. We got home last night, like showered, put everything away. Sorry. What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't want to play color overlay and then I mess up and don't see something cool here. Are we just opening up the top?
We're gonna open this up and then combo that black part on.
Oh, okay, cool.
Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit about color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that give you a better understanding of how some glass gets color? Today, what they've done is they've picked up multiple cuts of pattern. So the cuts there have been heated and they've been picked up multiple times to give a really intense pattern. Thank you. Oh my god, they didn't put any ice in my drink?
They did, but I think it melted a bit.
Thank you. Hey, Jordan, I'm sorry to make you run around, but
No,
will you
you're
go
fine.
upstairs to the dosing room and will you go upstairs to the fridge and give me a big cup of ice?
Yeah, which room is
Out of
that?
the kitchen upstairs. Out of the kitchen upstairs. When you go up to the stairs, take a left. There's a kitchen. In the freezer, there's ice. A big cup, like a lot of ice.
And so now, as we've opened up the opposite side of this stuffed cup, so the cup with a lot of patterns, as we've opened this up, we're going to be able to add another black cup, and that will be the black part of the iris. And then once we have both pieces, Can we please see the iris slide? We'll have an image similar to we'll have a piece similar to the image here on the big screen. Hello to everyone who's just joining us here in the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. We are making some irises, which are the internal part of your eyeball that has a lot of pattern. And so what we've done is we've triple stuffed a cup or double stuffed a cup, which means we've applied a lot of patterns that have been pre-created, similar to the cups here on this table, with a lot of the lines in them. And now we are going to prepare ourselves to be able to attach the black part. And there goes Ben as he rotates the pipe. He's using his papers to get more shape into this pattern. And so this big cup that he's creating has a lot of patterns. And then in he'll go with his jacks to open up this I keep calling it a cup, but it's just a really big shape, okay? It's a really big ball of pattern. What we're going to do now is, or what we're going to do next as we prepare our pieces is we're going to encamo the cups. So we'll have one, so Ben has one big cup with pattern. And then on my far left bench, the artists are creating another cup that's just black, and we're going to encamo the two cups together. So encamoing is a process known as grafting. So we're just grafting the two cups together. And as you can see, Jen is preparing that black cup to be able to be placed right next to our big cup that has pattern on it. This will be the black part of the iris. back in with the tweezers to open up that mouth just a little bit more. I mean, the jacks. And then Gabe is using the paddle to help make a really nice and even lip on this cup. So we always have to keep rotating the pipe so the piece stays nice and even. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Come on in and have a seat. If you're just joining us, Tanner Weiss is here with us today, and we're creating his iris pieces, which are similar to your eyeball. They're similar to the color patterns that are within your eyeball. Tanner started making glass back in 2015 when he was a senior in high school. He applied to come and work with us in 2019, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, he's just now getting here today, which is great. So he finally got to come and work with the Hot Shop team to create his work. Can we please see some other pieces that Tanner has made?
How's it going? Did you go to the gallery? Did you go to the education studio? Not yet? Is that next? Oh, you did? Okay, cool. So where's Tanner? Oh, so that's Tanner. He's making his work today with the Hot Shop team.
If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand.
Go ahead. No. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Yes. She's the, she is the education intern. Oh. Yeah. I didn't know
Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so the furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it gets up to about 2,100 degrees. And it 100, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And so when you open that door, it gets super duper hot. Go ahead. When you put it into what? You gotta say it one more time. It'll just bust. It'll blow up because it's thermal shock. So you can't put hot glass with anything that's cold. It'll blow because the two elements they don't match. It will explode. So the big oven thing is known as the glory hole. And so I'm waiting for them to be able to encamo so you guys can see, but I'll give you guys a basic overview. So everything that we do here, it starts in the furnace, and we just looked at the furnace diagram. It's a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And then we work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is a reheating chamber. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. It gets up to about 2,300 degrees. So 2,300 degrees is how hot the glory hole is. And now Jen has brought over that black cup, which will be the black part of the eyeball. And so now you'll see this is how the hot torch is, the fluffy torch is used. And so we have to heat the back more so towards the neck of the piece because it's always the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece to come out. So we have to manually make sure that the heat is evenly distributed as we continue to heat up this piece.
making.
Can we please see the iris diagram? I mean, image?
Why are they using newspapers? Because they're using it to shape. It helps with shaping. Oh, just because they need to be able to turn it on like immediately, so they don't leave it on all the time, just while they're working.
So this image here is what we're making today. It's similar to the piece we're creating. It's an iris, which is located within your eyeball. And Tanner is inspired by this work because it's how we communicate with people. We all have them. They're all different. They vary. All of ours vary within our eyes. Also, is what he taught us this morning, and so he is making glass irises with the Hot Shop team. He is our visiting artist this week. And as they're just doing some shaping and paddling, then they'll continue to blow air into the bottom of this pipe and expand it. Can we please see the kids design glass slide? Just like artists come from all over the world, kids are also kids are also encouraged to create with the Hot Shop team also. We have some kids design glass forms in the Grand Hall. We also have them online. Here are some images of our past kids design pieces that have been created here in the Hot Shop. And so I encourage you guys to get some kids design glass forms from the Grand Hall. Submit your design to the Hot Shop team, and if you're chosen, you and your family will be invited to come and create and watch the Hot Shop team create your piece. Kids Design Glass is also located in the Art Alley where you can see some of the designs from the past.
Lines, how are their lines? How is their what? Say it again. How is their stripes? I'm gonna show you, okay?
Can we please see the pulling cane video to learn how the glass gets stripes?
So this is how it has patterns. When she puts up the pulling cane video,
So we lay down the cane, we gather, and then we rotate over those color bars to get stripes in the glass.
go ahead. I'll show you. Go ahead. They are blowing it right now. They're blowing it right now. You can't see it because it's big. You'll see it in a minute. You'll see it better. You gotta watch this. You gotta watch that. In the tube. They blow the tube. They blow Daria, the lady that's sitting right there, she's blowing. She's blowing in the tube. They're excited about the cave. They're watching the cave video.
And so now as we continue to rotate, it's more of a work fast, and wait. So as we wait, we're allowing the glass to cool down, to hold its shape, and then we'll continue on to our next part of the process. Okay, so now as Ben has cooled down his glass a bit, he's gonna go back into the glory hole. Sarah's gonna open the door, and we're gonna gather more glass out of the furnace. I'm sorry, I said glory hole, I meant furnace. And then he'll strip the glass. And as he strips the glass, now it looks orange because that's what 2100 degrees looks like. It's really clear. It's not orange. It's really clear. And so then he'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool that pipe down. Tanner Weiss is working in the hot shop today. For those of you who are just joining us, he is the visiting artist this week. And we are creating an iris. We have gotten to the point of where we've added pattern, we've added color, and now it's almost time to open this eyeball up. And so into the hollow sphere, it's a cherry wood block that's been soaked in water, and as Ben rotates that pipe, he's able to give it a nice round shape. And then in with his papers, and Jen will paddle him so she can help block him from all that heat. So the rod in itself is about 10 pounds, and so just by eyeballing that piece, it's been gathered over a lot today. And let's guess, maybe it's 15 pounds more, 20 pounds more. It's looking like it's about 20, 25 pounds plus the 10-pound rod. So it's about 30, or closer to, I want to say closer to almost 40 pounds. So it's really, really, really heavy, and it's extremely hot. Are you going to give it a nice flash with a torch to make sure that that neck is evenly heated? And now you see this iris has grown larger as they've continued to blow and shape the bubble. As we rotate the pipe, we blew into the end of the pipe, and now the bubble is bigger.
Thanks for coming. See you guys later. Bye bye. Okay, thanks. Bye bye. Bye bye. See you later. You're welcome.
In with his jacks, he'll go to carve a line of tension. And this line is a reference point, which will be the beginning of the piece and the end of the pipe. So this is where we will reference ourselves later to remove ourselves from this blowpipe. And so as they rotate, he's gripping and he's carving that line in. It's also known as the jack line because the tools he's using to create this line are jacks. So we're rotating and rotating, and the jacks have a little bit of wax on them, and that it acts as a lubricant to be able to continue to rotate. If we don't lubricate the jacks, they will make a really, really harsh screeching noise as they carve into the glass. We have to make sure that the jack line, the carved line, is very, very well carved into the glass. So when we go to remove ourselves, it will be a seamless interaction to detach ourselves from the blowpipe. And the more that we rotate, the more Gabe blows into that ball, that sphere shape, the larger it gets. And so with his papers, he is instructing Gabe to blow. I mean, as he's shaping with his papers, he's instructing Gabe to blow or cap, to blow or cap, because this will allow him to continue to add shape as Gabe helps the piece get larger, and then we'll do a nice flash once again on that jack line to be able to get a nice evenly amount of heat across the piece as we go in and flash it and come back out. The end of the rod is always the first piece the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece to come out. Also, if you're just joining us, Tanner Weiss is here with us for the week as the visiting artist, and he is creating in the hot shop today irises. And so the iris is that inner pattern portion of your eyeball. As you can see up on the big screen there, this is one of the examples of his work. Today we put on multiple patterns of the stringy part, which is going to be really cool when it finally gets to the final disc-like shape. So we'll have a lot of immense patterns going multiple different ways. So as we mark the end of the piece, so Ben went in and marked the end of the piece, we will get the transfer pipe ready. And when the transfer pipe's ready, we'll be able to remove ourselves from this initial pipe. Once we remove ourselves from the initial pipe, we'll be able to clean up the opposite side of the piece. Gabe's coming in with the punty rod. It's also known as a transfer rod. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language. And there we are. And then we'll put a little bit of water on that carved line of tension once we're placed ourselves properly.
How you doing? Good. I'm great, thanks.
So as Ben goes in with his jacks, he'll just give us a nice secure placement, a good little flash before we tap some water onto that carved jack line. Water on the jack line. We'll give the pipe a nice tap. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. But we're not done yet. So now we'll go in and we'll get that lip nice and hot. That is a very important part of the process, removing ourselves from that initial blowpipe. And that's usually one of the hardest parts. That was a really thick mass of glass that had been layered up on that blowpipe. And so creating a jack line and removing yourself looks easy, but they make it look easy. It's actually a pretty hard part. And so there we are at the other end of the eyeball. We'll clean up this lip. And as we clean up the lip, we'll begin to open up the iris. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll try my best to answer them. So within the glory hole, it's about 2,300 degrees, and within the furnace, it's about 2,100 degrees. So as the doors continue to open, you'll see the thermometer there is at about 100 degrees, but that's just like that's a rough idea. It's a lot hotter than that, I'm pretty sure, when you stand there and the doors are wide open. In with his pachofis. So the pachofis are similar to the big jacks also, but they actually have wood on them. And so this helps him open up the eye a bit more, or the pattern portion of this piece, I should say. So as we rotate with on top of these wheels here, they're allowing us to get a nice even rotation a lot faster than what we could do ourselves. And so they're a great assistant to help us open up this bowl here, because we want this iris to be flat. And as as angles his, oh, sorry, as Ben angles his hand, it'll open up that mouth wider and wider as they add a little pressure.
We're almost done. We have about 20 to 30 more minutes. Or less. So maybe it's gonna take 2 hours? Maybe 2 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah. You're welcome. What's your name? Parker. Parker, how old are you? 6. What kind of shoes are those? I like those. My daughter needs some of those. There's Speed, Solomon. Speed, Solomon. Let's see on this side. On this side. Other side, other side, other side. Saloma. Saloma. Those are cool because they look beautiful and they don't have tassels.
And so we'll continue to rotate. And as we continue to rotate paddle and patofi, it'll open up this iris and we'll have a nice disc. Sarah's getting suited up, so that means that she's gonna get ready to catch this piece. She'll put on Kevlar protection. Kevlar is the same materials that they use in bulletproof vest. It only protects her from getting burnt, but she can still feel the heat. Jin's giving the punty, the transfer bit, a nice little torch of heat before they prepare to remove themselves from this piece. Sarah's putting away just a little cup to be used later. And that oven that she put it into is in a annealing oven. And this is where pieces live until they are brought back down to room temperature over a computerized system over a period of time. And as Ben rotates, you will now see the design of the iris. He comes out of the glory hole Give it a nice paddle. We'll start to give it its final flashes and then we'll put it away. A little water on the transfer pipe. Sarah will position herself to be able to catch this piece, and into the oven it will go. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And one more round of applause for Sarah and all of her hard work getting into that oven. And as we get started again, you're more than welcome to stay and hang out with us. We'll prepare for our next piece. Can we please see some of Tanner Weiss's works that he's already created, his images?
Okay, so gang, I have to go up to the education studio to import that up and get that going. It starts at 1 o'clock, so I'll be gone for about 10 minutes and I'll come right back. So I don't.
Are we gonna just take lunch now, or what are you gonna do?
It's
Before
12.
or after?
It's 12:20.
So yeah, 12:20.
Do a lunch now.
Yeah, that'll work. How's it going? You don't have to yell at us. We're planning the next piece, and we're hosting a visiting artist, so it takes a lot of prep. So let's play something here on the big screen to appease the crowd. How about we play the color overlay video, and this is going to explain how we color a piece.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as you can see, that's when you see a piece that looks like it's just solid color, that's usually how it's going to be colored. So today what we're doing is we are working with Tanner Weiss. He is our visiting artist, so this is his studio right now. We're making pieces that they take about 4 hours start to finish. You're going to see about 2 hours of that process here, and we're making these pieces that are inspired by the human iris. So very heavily decorated. So even before Tanner came here, he spent hours upon hours pulling all this stuff that we call cane. And cane is cylindrical rods of glass that are handmade and that have different patterns of lines in there. So these cane bundles right here will later become these cups, as we call them. We have several of these prefabricated cups in this oven right here that we're going to heat up to about 1100 and stuff more pattern into them. So we're really layering pattern on these pieces, because if you've ever really looked close at your iris, there's a whole lot going on in there. So Tanner is very inspired by that. He feels like it really references communication, and he was always taught to look into people's eyes, so he's really interested in the human iris. So if you came here expecting to just see like, boom, we're gonna blow some glass, wrong place. We are making artwork here that takes many, many, many hours. So we are just getting started on the second piece of this residency. So we spent the first 2 hours this morning in 110 degree heat making one of these irises. So if you came in late, we just put one away. We were discussing what happens next, because there is a whole lot of planning that goes into this. Glass is made up in layers, so the bigger it is, the more layers it's going to take. And each one of those layers is an opportunity for more decoration. So we are going to probably only get about half of this iris decorated, and then we're going to probably take lunch after that. I think right now, what are you doing, Jen? Let me see what's going on over here. What do you guys got going, Jen? You sound like Walt. You're pulling some cane? Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So over here, Jen Ellick, who's a wonderful glassmaker in her own right, is going to do what's called pulling cane, making these cylindrical rods. So she is going to color up this mass of glass, and they're going to stretch it across this floor as evenly as humanly possible here in a second. So she's just gathered some more clear glass. We only melt clear glass here in the museum. All the color is added externally. Let me get this question. What's your question, sir? No, the question was, is this the piece that we were blowing earlier? Oh, no, this. Okay, no. Everything we make here needs to go through a slow cooling process. So depending on how thick they are will determine how long they cool. So something like this really only needs about 12, 14 hours to cool. But also we're going to make one of these very thick discs that will be later turned into a clock, I believe. So this is probably about 2.5 inches thick, which needs about 36 hours to cool down. So the question was, where do they cool? They cool in what's called an annealing oven. Annealing is slow cooling. It removes the stress out of the glass. So we have one annealer here, one there, and one over there, and we have 3 in the back. So that last piece has gone into this annealer, and it's holding at a temperature of 890 degrees. That temperature is specific to each type of glass. The glass that we're using, which is called spruce pine, is the annealing temperature is 890. It's usually around that 900 degree mark, and at that temperature, glass is no longer moving. It's really, it sounds like glass if you were to tap it. It looks glassy. At 900 degrees, it looks pretty much like this. If we put the piece away and that annealer too cold, things can go wrong where it'll crack. If we put it in there too hot, things will go wrong and this piece will warp. So everything out here is a big balance of temperature. And everyone here on the floor has been working in glass for quite some time. Ben here, about 30 years. Myself, 26 years. Tanner actually hasn't been working glass that long, but he started when he was really young, so he's about 10 years in, and this is kind of the point in his career where he's really trying to find his voice and make his own work. Let's look at some examples of Tanner's work on the big screen. So Tanner's really interested in these optics in glass and the line work. Yeah. Our MC had to step off the floor for a moment. She'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, so I'm filling in. I'm not usually the one talking on the mic. Hey, thanks. Can I answer any questions? So blowing glass is not like the movies where you see, a whole lot of huffing and puffing. It's very calculated, and the blowing process, I would say, takes up about 5% of the time, the actual making of these pieces. Yes, sir. That's a good question. How did the artists in residence get started in glass? How'd you start, Tanner? Senior year of high school, you just thought that was cool?
Yeah, and I got to take a class. I had like 2 art classes, and then my drawing and painting teacher said, we gotta put you in the glass class.
Okay. So when Tanner was in high school, he was into drawing and painting and stuff, so into the arts, but his high school happened to have a glass program. There's, I believe, 3 or 4 in the country that have glass blowing, 3 or 4 high schools. We have one here in Tacoma, one's over in Sammamish, one's in Hawaii, and where's yours, dude? Where did you go to high school? In Los Angeles. There's a high school of glass. There's a high school of glass in Los Angeles. There's 2. Okay. Just learned something new. So yeah, he started in high school. Ben Ben is what's called a gaffer. So Tanner makes these as well. Tanner is a gaffer as well and makes these. But when he came to the museum, he wants to kind of step back. You know, these are his designs and just have us make them so he can coordinate all the colors. There's a whole lot of colors going on this. You'll see like Ben is starting with a layer of some kind of transparent color. He's going to put a second layer of transparent color. Then he's going to roll up a bunch of these canes, which are the stripes that make this, and then he's going to stuff that mass into a cup. And then we're going to put a black iris on it, and then we'll start to blow it up and make the shape. But it's that's quite a ways away. So you can see these canes here on the table. That's what he's going to roll up over this eventually. Can I answer any other questions? All right. Wow, that was new. So here we go with that cane pulling, and you'll be able to see glass has an incredible ability to stretch. That amount of glass you could probably stretch about 4 miles if you were to just get in the back of a pickup truck and just drive. But we're going for a nice, even pull. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So that happens sometimes. Jen's pulling this thing, and it has all these weird colors in there too, so it heats up a lot differently than if it was just a solid color. So our MC should be back in a minute too, because I got to put this mic down and go heat something up. So if you guys have any questions, just holler, all right? Or don't holler like that one lady did earlier, but. Hey, we're gonna make the beginning of it and put it in the garage. Yeah, I got yelled at because you were gone. So for those of you that just joined us, welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. Today we're working with visiting artist Tanner Weiss. It's right here. So he was supposed to be a visiting artist in 2019, and then the world like turned into a big dumpster fire. But now we're back, and has a big plan. And we're making these pieces that reference the human iris. So you can see one right here. Human irises are all unique to each person. So this kind of has been really inspired by the human eye and how it kind of represents communication and vision. And so we're trying to kind of replicate these things. And it takes a whole lot of planning and patterning. So what we're doing right now is laying out what we call cane. And that cane is about 1/4 inch thick, and it's a bunch of cylindrical rods that are decorated with different lines. So that's how we're going to get all this line work right there. So we're laying this out on a piece of preheated steel that's been coated with some clay from the beach down the street. So if you guys are anybody here from Tacoma? You know where Owen Beach is? So down the street at Point Defiance, we got a big beach there and some big clay banks. That brown stuff that's on the top of that tray is from the beach down the street. So that'll prevent the glass from sticking to that steel. So what we're doing here, once these are preheated and Ben is ready, we're gonna get that hot enough that it fuses together into a sheet. So Ben's gonna have to make his bubble about 3.14 or pi of the length of that sheet. So it's a real tricky thing to do. And as you can see too, like that cane has a bunch of ridges where they each come together. So he's gonna try to roll this up in such a way that the hot glass is gonna fill all those ridges and not make any bubbles and meets perfectly. So he has to kind of guesstimate what pi is of that thing. Can I answer any questions before I hand the mic over to our wonderful MC here, Emily? We don't really have, the only glass blowing classes we have here.
Not classes, programs. I saw one in August for fusing.
Yeah, we still have fusing on the weekends. And sometimes like during the holidays, we'll have like a ornament workshop, we'll have a pumpkin blowing workshop, but
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily. I will be your MC this afternoon, and I'll start to give you guys a play-by-play of the process that they're doing now. So Gabe has gone in to the oven with these pieces of cane that will later be rolled up into a big ball of molten hot glass, and that will add pattern to our layers of design that we already have embedded into the glass. As been gathered, he's gonna go ahead and strip that gather into that bucket there. He just had a little bit of excess glass, so he allows it to flow off of the end of his blowpipe. So he'll roll up that cane into its really big ball of hot glass. He's manually tweezing it on now as it's kind of a little bit cold, so he'll go into the glory hole and heat it up. Into the glory hole to get that cane nice and hot. And as it gets hot, the layers will be able to melt to themselves and it will add a stripy pattern. Excuse me. We are preparing some cups to park or put away for just a small amount of time. We will use these cups later to be worked into the process. We have Tanner Weiss with us, and Tanner is our visiting artist, and he will be with us for the week creating all types of his work. We earlier today we accomplished creating an iris. We made a piece similar to the work here. And if you're wondering about how cane is made, if you look to my left here, we have Sarah holding the far side of cane while Jen is pulling it out, and Daria is helping cool it. As they pull this cane out, they'll lay it across these wooden ladders and cut it down into small sections later, which will look like these little bundles of color here. And then when we lay it onto the pad, we can heat it up and re-roll it up. And so now, as Ben has gotten that roll up nice and hot, he'll go in with his papers and shape. He'll ask Gabe to blow into this pipe. There's already a bubble below all of the design elements that have been added. It's just in there and it's kind of small, so we'll make it larger as Gabe is doing now. Papers are just folded up newspapers soaked in water, and what it does is it allows for intimate shaping without getting burned.
That's good. Don't talk to strangers. Oh, it just blew up a little bit. It's just hot glass with a little bit of blown up action. Nothing too important though. I like your shoes. Those are cool. You're welcome. How old are you? You're 10? Five. Five is good. When's your birthday? Ooh. What are you asking for your birthday? What's your number one birthday present that you really, 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 really want? Polly Pocket? Oh, mermaid clips. Polly Pocket, I know how is that large? No, my daughter loves Polly Pocket. She's five. She's back and she's live and in action. Polly Pocket's the thing right now. So I never played with them when I was little.
So he's gone in and he's carved a line of tension, and he'll go back with his diamond shears to cut off that excess glass. We're making a cup similar to the ones on the table here. And so now he's clipped off that edge and he'll go back and clean it up. And so in he'll go with his jacks to create a line of tension. So he's carving a line of tension to reference this point later to be able to detach himself, and that will be the opening of the cup. A lot of things that we make, a lot of things that we make are typically created upside down. And then when we transfer them from this initial pipe to another pipe, they're placed right side up on that transfer pipe. Then we go back in and we clean up the opposite side.
Chill.
We always want to make sure that we carve in a really nice, secure line of tension because this is a very, very pivotal point in the creation process. This line of tension takes us to the next step when we remove ourselves later. As we continue to pull glass from the big furnace here, there's a process that we do, or that Nick, our hot shop tech, does. It's known as charging the furnace. This process allows for us to refill our furnaces. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sarah added a transfer rod. Ben added a little water to that carved transfer line, and onto the punty rod it went. The transfer pipe is also known as a punty. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language, and so that is how we bridge the beginning and the end of a piece. We transfer it off, and we work on the opposite side. And so now Ben will start to clean up the lip of that piece because it's a little cup. So he's going to clean up the lip of the cup and then he'll park it in the garage.
I think, where are you putting this, in the garage? Hello, how are you all? Good, thanks, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Yes. Yeah, oh, okay.
So after we're finished with this cup, we're gonna go ahead and take a small or a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then around 2:20 or 2:30, it'll be visible on the screen. We're gonna come back and we're going to make another large piece. But we have to take a break, but we will be back soon. So after this cup, we're gonna take a break, and then we'll come back around 2:30. So there he'll go back in with the papers and he'll shape the glass and he'll clean up his cup. And so into the garage is where he'll park this piece. The garage is an oven that holds pieces to be reworked into the process. It exists at about 800 to 1100 degrees, ranging from hot to cold. I mean, from cool to hot, but it's all super duper hot. So, thank you guys for hanging out with us. We'll be back around 2:30. We're going to head to lunch now, okay? So have a good lunch break.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Dai, adesso, ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte per rimanere sveglio giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese. E hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro. Così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. maggior parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. Today we are hosting a visiting artist, Tanner Weiss. We are creating sculptures similar to this that are referencing the human iris. Um, Actually, I think this next piece we might be doing something more along these lines, but I think that all kind of ties into the human eye. Tanner is very inspired by the human eye and eye contact and how it kind of represents communication, vision. So yeah, these are some works by Mr. Weiss. This is Tanner over here at the bench right there. So he's brought some people with him, other artists, and he's also working with the Hot Shop team, the resident team, which I'm a part of. Ben right here with the maroon shirt, and Sarah right there at the garage. We're all part of the MOG Hot Shop team, so we're all helping. Everybody you see on the floor here is welcome, helping Tanner to create these sculptures. So before we took lunch, we kind of got started and did some of the preliminary decoration, and we're going to kind of just continue where we left off. I love being on the mic. Usually it's more like karaoke, but since I'm not singing, I'm going to hand the mic over to our real MC here, Emily. Unless you guys want me to sing something, and I will.
Let's sing just anything.
Okay.
Okay. You guys don't want to sing. Now you got scared. You talked all that and don't sing. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily, and Gabe gave you guys a great outline of what's going on in the Hot Shop. I'm going to catch you up on the process, and I'm going to give you the overview as well as how we actually start the process. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability. So everything we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. That's the machine that Ben just gathered from. It has a silver bottom and a black door. After gathering from the furnace, we'll then come out, and rotating that pipe inside of the furnace is like dipping a spoon into a jar of honey. Glass is very viscous, so it contains enough viscosity to allow it to adhere to itself while you're rotating inside of the furnace. From the furnace, we'll then go and work in and out of the glory holes. The glory holes are reheating chambers which allow us to be able to carry heat back into the glass. There's no glass inside of the glory hole, only heat. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is also powered by natural gas and forced air. We light up the glory hole in the morning to get it to be ready to work. We turn these ovens off. We don't ever turn off the furnace though, because we don't want that 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass to stiffen up and cool down. And so in and out of the glory hole we'll go to get the glass hot. The glass must maintain a temperature of 1,000 degrees and above to be worked. Tanner Weiss is with us here today. He is the visiting artist. Tanner is making these can we please see some of Tanner's slides? And so you can see one of his irises here. And so his work is inspired by visual communication and just the variations of patterns that you find within our eyes, and they also vary. All of our irises don't match, and so it's a very great interpretation that he applies to glass. Tanner's here with the concept, and the Hot Shop team here is working with him to carry his vision through. So color is applied to glass in many different ways. Today we're adding color and we're adding pattern. Pattern is applied through cane, and the color application for today has varied. We've had chopped glass, which is frit that's rolled up into hot glass. We've also used the color overlay technique, which is hot a color bar picked up and laid over a clear bubble to make a very solid appearance on the glass. There's also something known as color powder, which is pulverized color. I'm going to show you guys how the color overlay process is applied to glass, and then I'll catch up. Oh, in just a moment, I'll show that video next. Right now, we're going to add some more pattern to our current cup, and we're just gonna see what cup is ready inside of that oven. Once we figure out which cup is ready, we will go back and we'll take this cup that's already been applied to that bubble. Ben will heat it. He may or may not attach another gather. He may or may not attach another gather, and then he'll go into the oven and he'll stuff a cup. And so he'll put glass into a cup that's already been created, similar to the ones on the table here, which are which are little pieces of color cane picked up, rolled up into glass, and that's how you get the lines. Instead of seeing color overlay, can we please see the cane video? So once the artist gathers, they'll go in and they'll roll up the cane, and that's how the lines get placed in the glass. That's how you get pattern. So in and out of the glory hole bin will go to get that glass nice and hot to keep it. And he constantly rotates during this process because gravity is our best friend and our worst enemy during the process. If he stops rotating that pipe, that hot glass will start to fall over off towards the ground. So we already have one cup that's already been stuffed there, and he's just marvering, so he's able to just smooth that surface properly. And he'll go in with his jacks to edit some of the end of that cup. He'll then take his scissors to cut off that excess piece. Those diamond shears give a 360 cut. And in with his papers, and the papers are just soaked newspaper that have been soaked in water, and they provide a very intimate way to shape the glass. You can get really close with your hands with that tool. You won't get burned, but you can still feel the amount of heat into the oven to stuff the cup. When he's ready, he's just measuring it out, so he's just testing to see if it's large enough.
You can like tip him like $5 and then just tell him I'm here to pick up Emily's salad. He knows. Micah knows. Micah's the man that works it. I'm sorry that you have to do all this for me. I just can't leave. Yeah, it's totally. Thanks. And then that should be good. Okay. Yeah, just bring it back in here. Just bring it over here and I'll grab it. Thank you so much.
And when he's ready, he'll go in and capture that cup. This is known as stuffing a cup. What he's doing is he's picking up a cup that looks similar to the ones here, but it had to be heated to a certain temperature to be able to apply it to the glass to prevent thermal shock. And then back into the glory hole to heat up that cup. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I will answer them. So steel's not the best conductor of heat, but it does start to warm up over the time of putting it in and out of these ovens. And so they'll take it to the pipe cooler and just cool it down. So he won't technically burn himself unless he puts his hand on the portion that just comes out of an oven. And so as we continue to take glass from the furnace, there's a process that we do here. Actually, let's go back to how glass gets color, because we kind of had to skip that part for just a minute. So glass is applied to color in many different ways. Today, one of the ways that glass gets color was through the color overlay process. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding
Please
various
turn up the
materials
volume
to
on
the
the video.
mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
If you look to your screen here, Sarah will place the color bar once it's nice and shaped over the clear bubble, just as you got to watch in the video a moment ago. They're going to perform how it works or how it happens live. As as Ben goes in with his papers, he's giving the glass a nice amount of shape. The more that he squeezes this bubble, the small bubble on the inside will start to shrink. So he'll have one of the artists begin to blow, and as they blow into the pipe, they will expand that bubble inside. We have to allow the glass to hold itself still here because we need it to chill and cool down just a little bit before we can move to the next step of maybe adding more glass or just even getting it in and out of that glory hole. So we just needed to chill down a bit. And so as Jen goes in with her block, what she's doing is she's just giving some solid shape to that sphere. As it's nice and hot, the block will help cool, shape, and protect it, and the steam will protect the glass. So as artists continue to take glass from the furnace here at the Museum of Glass, there's a thing that we do. It's known as charging the furnace, and this is how the stock of glass gets replenished in the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And you can see here as she rotates this color bar, she picked up a color bar and she's just shaping it.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna have, huh? Oh, thank you so much. I'm gonna have Noah take your picture. Have Monica take you to security to find Noah or Brian. Can you take her to get her picture taken in security? And then both you guys come back. Here. Thanks. I got your text. All right, cool. Oh, good, good, good.
We are creating a cup and we are preparing the cup to be stuffed. And so as we're doing this, we'll just have to take care of the piece in the middle that we're going to reheat, and then when the cup is ready, we'll stuff another cup. This process deals with a lot of cup stuffing, which means we're picking up patterns. And so the patterns are there. When they're heated, we pick them up and we overlay them and we add them to the bubble that we already have. When we get to the final product, we're gonna have a really big ball. After we get this really big ball, we're going to detach ourselves from the initial blowpipe and open up this big ball, and it's gonna look like the inside of our eyeball, our iris. And that's what we're making. We're making irises today. If we could please see all of Tanner Weiss's slides just to show them about his work. Tanner started blowing glass in 2015 when he was a senior in high school in California. He applied to come and work with us in 2019, and due to the pandemic, we had to kind of postpone. So he finally made it today. He got a chance, so his chance is now to work with our hot shop. He is inspired by the iris, just because our eyes are a very, very important way for us to be able to communicate, and the iris varies in multiple different ways in design. And he taught us this morning that all of us that have, you know, our iris colors, they're even slightly different. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll be trying my best to answer them.
If it went up, my windpipe, and not down.
Can we please see the glory hole diagram? For those of you who are just joining us, the glory hole is what we continue to work in and out of to keep this glass reheated. The glory hole is a reheating chamber that's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from interacting with thermal shock. It's kept at about 2300 degrees, and we light these glory holes up every morning. We turn them off when we're done working for the day. And so as we see on the screen, the cup, there's a clear cup that's ready. I believe it's probably, well, I know it is. It's actually white, and it just holds the heat. And when this color holds the heat, it's
Iris colored, right? What color is that? That white color?
I know the blue. There's blue underneath.
Yeah, but what color is that white one? What's the name of the white? Dave always uses it.
so when this color holds heat, it looks clear, but when it chills and cools back down, it comes back to a more of a white, creamy white color. So when Ben gathered, he's just going to allow some of that excess glass to strip off into that bucket. And it's just a way to help control all the glass on the end of that rod and to pull some of it from that pipe.
How are you all? How you doing? Good. Are you guys from here? Where are you coming from? Well, welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask.
As he's filling the cup with that, as he's filling the cup with that glass, he has to make sure it really fills up, so he's pressing down hard. And you got to see it slowly fill up, and then he'll go back and marver to make sure that both of the layers of glass begin to combine. So Tanner's our visiting artist today. He's to the left in the tank top that has the green trim. Yes, Tanner West. Weiss. Sorry. He told me a little bit about himself earlier. He started blowing glass when he was a senior in high school back in 2015. For those who have just joined us, can we please see some of Tanner's past works, his slides? So he's making a really small tube, which are some really small color overlay cups. So they're tiny little cups that he's currently creating with his jacks. And so this was once a color bubble, a small bubble that got a color overlay and then transferred or just opened up. So Gabe went in with a hot torch, and then what he did was he opened up that solid piece at the very end. And so now we have an entry point. Can we please see the encamo slide? And what this is made for is because we're going to put another cup. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add 2 cups. Encamo is an Italian word that means to graft. So Graft. So we're going to graft the 2 cups together. And so he'll pinch his jacks and enter that lip portion. And when he opens up his grip, he'll widen the mouth. He'll go back and pinch his jacks again because he's editing the lip of the piece right now. And so what this allows him to do is to cut off the piece or to remove the lip portion that he doesn't want to use it just looks a little unfinished or improper. So he's just editing the lip by adding now he's carving in a line of tension to knock himself off. And then he'll go and open it up again in a moment. So he'll use his scissors and they'll just slowly chip away at knocking it off.
It was stuck on there for a second. It wouldn't come off. like make a frame and then drop glass in it of any color I want.
Yeah.
So I probably could do it. Well, today we have Tanner Weiss with us. He's our visiting artist, and he's making irises, which are the insides of our eyeballs. And so that's what they're working on now. They've put pattern on top of pattern on top of pattern, which means they've stuffed cups into cups into cups. They've stuffed multiples of these patterns. So what it does is it makes very, very, very close lines of pattern with very minimal clear to be visible. And so now they're just working on the variation of color in our iris, and they'll put on the black cup. They're gonna add a cup, which is similar to our pupil.
Can we please see Tanner's works, his artwork slides, for the people that just joined us?
So this is gonna be like the white portion, I'm guessing. And I'm gonna guess that they might also open this up and add a black part. So it's a little bit more realistic, even more realistic. So what's cool about the
What's awesome about the visiting artist program that Tanner is a part of is that he gets to work with our team and he kind of comes up with the content that he wants to produce, and then they will apply their knowledge of how to make his work. So his takeaways are an approach to his work, a different approach to his work, um, and just being able to learn while he's here with them.
because they've been doing this for well over 20
Just like we did before when we clean up the lip of the opening, we'll do the same thing with that color cup we just added. And you'll see Jen and Sarah working on the additional color cup that we're going to add to the vase that we have here. We're gonna add it to that white portion. They'll open up the vase nice and, I mean, they'll open up the opening, the mouth nice and big, and we'll graft it. So we're going to encamo it. Encamo is an effect to where the two cups will touch, but they will not blend. And so encamo means to graft. And when the cup is ready, which is now, it'll be applied. Ben has asked Daria to blow hard into the pipe so then that way, as they cap this bubble onto the end, the air will start to travel through and the bubble will expand. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. We are currently working on Tanner Weiss's work. He's the visiting artist here this week. Can we please see some of his past images of past work?
Which kiln? That kiln? The one that we're on right there. Oh, that's 2,300 degrees. It's about 120. The thermometer in this room, it's about 120 degrees down here. I'm not really. That's hot. But no, it's cool. Say it again. Cool. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
So in with the Serena, this angle is so hard to see. You should go back to the other angle when it's looking at them. This angle's better. The one when it's looking at, yes, that way we can actually see what's going on. When you go over his right shoulder and she's paddling, we can't see anything. Well, well, yeah, because see, when you switch it up, it blocks us from being able to see Daria glowing and it grow. You know, we just get to see the paddles when they paddle. You know what I mean? No, 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 no. Zoom out some. Zoom out some. That's a little bit close. We want to be able to see how they. Yeah, we can stay here. Don't switch over because it's hard to understand. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, this is great. See, look at how good this is. Except for when they stand in the camera. Okay, bye. No, it's good. And so, as we see, as Daria has continued to blow, Jin paddled to keep Ben's hand from getting warm or super hot. We always have to keep this pipe rotating. We are getting to the point of where we're just going to continue to blow out this bubble, and then later we'll open it up when we transfer it from this pipe. Then we'll open it up to the degree of where it'll be a large circle iris. And so what we're doing is we're creating an iris, which are all the patterns that are visible within our eye. And so to get to this point, we have stuffed cupped, we have encomelled cups, and so what that means is we have added multiple layers of pattern. We have added multiple cups to help create different colors attachments. And now we're just working from the bench to the glory hole, from the glory hole to the bench. When you see us blow that really big fluffy torch onto the glass, that's because we are keeping the heat evenly distributed. The end of the pipe is the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece to come out. And so we have to evenly distribute the heat so that we can prevent thermal shock. And so that's why you'll see us torch, torch, torch. And so now Ben is getting his block ready. His block is a hollowed out sphere, which is used that is soaked in water. And when it's soaked in water, it's used to keep the glass nice and stabilized as we're shaping. And so in with the block, he'll go and they will rotate. The steam that comes from the water meeting the heat is also the layer of protection that prevents the glass from blemishing. As we stabilize those outer layers, the inner layers are still hot, so we must rotate and always continue to rotate. The papers, once again, are within this graphite pad. The graphite pad also helps to minimize blemishes on the glass, and it's soaked in water. And Jin's only blocking his arm. She's not actually touching the glass with the paddle. But as you can see, that glass is so hot, it's still burning those paddles, like it's catching them on fire just by being in the area. And so in with the hot torch will go just to add a little bit more of a textured, even finish to the white and the black color cups that we had added to the flip of this orb. The hot torch is small, but it's mighty in heat. This torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees. So as we prepare to spin out this piece, we're just going to continue to heat it and reheat it and add air to it. For those of you who are just joining us, Tanner Weiss is our visiting artist, and he's creating some irises, which are reflective of the color part of our eyes, right? And so they all vary, and they have, there we go. So here's an image of the iris. And can we please show all of his slides to those who just joined us? pieces.
Yeah, so on top of the hammer is tape. Yeah, you glue that they will allow special purposes. You have to like ask, like make yourself seem super special. Yeah, and I'm sure that they will let you see the glue. Yeah, because this is a cool concept. This is a really, really, really cool concept. Yeah.
And so, as we rest here, we're allowing the glass to chill before we move to our next step. We have to let the glass cool down before we can add more glass or take it off a pipe. So, we just have to let it rest for a bit. Then we'll continue. But even while it rests, it must always stay rotating. And back into the mold, he'll go the block to get us some good shape on this iris before he transfers it off and then spins it out to a really big disc.
No, I don't know what it is. You gotta look on the iPad. Open it up and see who's singing.
And so as Daria is blowing into this orb, they're doing some shaping, and then they're just Ben is directing the shape with the movement of his hand. And so the image that the piece that we're creating will look like this iris eye here. Just a bit of a different approach, but the same idea. So now it's super duper hot, and Ben's gonna go in and he's going to carve a line of tension. This line of tension is the reference point of where the piece starts and the pipe ends. And so you'll see a nice big gather of glass behind this line of tension, and that's all that glass is going to stay on the pipe when it gets knocked off later. And so carving this line of tension is super important. It's a very, very pivotal point for us to be able to finish this piece. The jacks that he uses to carve this line of tension are lubricated with some wax to prevent a really loud, shrieky noise as he carves that line. Back in with some more shaping, Daria will add some air as she blows into the pipe. At this point, the piece has gotten really large, and so that means it also will grow in heat. And so Ben has put on his Kevlar arm sleeve to protect his arm from that impact of all that really hot heat. Back in with the jack line, just so that we have a very securely carved line. The coolest part about this process is when they open up the bubble and they spin out the iris. And so you get to see all of the patterns that have been layered and layered and layered. So what that means is they stuffed multiple cups today, and they've crossed patterns over pattern over pattern. And it's just so cool to see something done in the hot shop with a lot of pattern, because it provides a really fun visual experience for us all to enjoy. So Jen is not paddling the piece at all. Her paddles are not touching the glass itself. They're just there to protect Ben's arm. And although he's using the papers and he's not touching the glass, he won't get burned. But you have to be mindful that that glory hole is 2,300 degrees, so he can feel all of that thermal energy soaking into those papers. And the glory hole, there's a diagram of the glory hole for those who have just joined us. There's no glass in the glory hole. It's just very orange due to thermal energy, which is powered by natural gas and forced air. And the temperature is about 2,300 degrees inside of this oven. We turn the ovens off at night and we turn them on in the morning. We light them up, kind of like lighting up a fireplace, and then we let them ramp up. It takes about 1 hour to get to 2,300 degrees. And Daria's capping as Ben is adding more pressure to the front of this orb. She has to cap so when he pushes, the air does not seep out slowly through the hollow pipe. And now she's gonna blow as he is adding more shape. Papers are an amazing tool because they allow you to get very, very intimate. It's almost like using your hands, but it's not literally, your hands aren't touching it. Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who are just joining us. We have Nathan Weiss with us here today. He is actually our visiting artist for the week. And right now we're getting to the part where we're going to spin out, well, let me not get too far ahead of myself. We're going just to continue blowing up this big orb. And what will be opened up next as a very large iris, just like the irises within our eyeballs. So Sarah has connected herself with a transfer rod. This will allow them to release themselves from the initial blowpipe. A little water on that carved line will create some thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause. That was a pretty big deal. But we're not done yet. We're going to keep working. So from there, now that we've transferred ourselves off, we will clean up the opposite side of this piece. Can we please see the diagram of the glory hole? Once again, for those of you who are just joining us, as we work in and out of this large drum-shaped oven, it's about 2,300 degrees, and it's used to reheat the glass. The glass must stay above a temperature of 1,000 degrees to be manipulated. And so you'll see that they work in and out of the glory hole because we have to make sure that the glass is being evenly heated, or we have to make sure that the heat is being evenly distributed through the glass during the entire process. We are able to gauge how the heat is maintaining itself by its visible colors and how it feels when we try to manipulate it with a tool. If it gets too cold, it becomes too stiff. If it starts to chill, the colors will become more vibrant. So during the process, you'll see a lot of orange striking colors, or you'll see a lot of colors turn different colors due to the heat. So that means that's a positive sign. So you never know what it's truly going to look like until the very end of it annealing itself, the very end of it baking back down to room temperature. And so in with his pachofis. His pachofis are just like the jacks, except they have two wooden paddles on them, which are used to help open up the face or the lip of this piece. So it will get to a point to where we will open up this piece so wide it is going to become a large one dimension, or just a large flat circle. Right now it's more of a three-dimensional sphere, so we're gonna open it up.
What's so good about the pachofis? Like, why do we use pachofis to open things? Because, like, when they're what?
So to make it like easier, it's like much easier for the glass to open, so we can open them very wide,
Wide,
very quickly.
quicker.
Yeah.
So because they're larger with wood, it just gives us a better
Yeah.
handle.
And also this is going to go flat, so we want that little like, you know, that low ball shape. We want to make that start.
And so you'll see that Ben will open up the mouth or the lip portion of this piece by angling his hands with the pachofis. And as he angles and they rotate, it'll naturally start to open up this bowl. It'll be like a bowl. Then we're gonna get to a low bowl. So that means we're gonna have a very shallow bowl. Then we're gonna spin it out. And that's the best part. So the prep to get to this point takes time, but all good things take time. And so it's a really rewarding final piece once you get to that part.
Two, almost 3 months of prep.
Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk to them at all? Say two. Or you can talk on a different day. Or you can just tell me what you were going to say again.
And so now we have this really cool sphere that's open. It's kind of like a bowl now because it has an opening.
So 2 to 3 months of prep work because the original
So Tanner was saying that it took him 2 to 3 months to prepare himself to come here because he had to pull out the cane. The cane is here on the table. He has to cut down the cane, then he has to roll the cane back up. Once he rolls the cane back up, he then has cups. These stuffed cups, I believe, are more than just one application of pattern. Can we please see how cane is rolled up into the glass? Can we please see the Nancy Callan pulling cane video? In a moment, if you look on the big screen, you'll be able to see how cane is applied to clear glass. So what that means is cane basically makes lines in glass, and then however you twist the cane is however the lines will go, but the lines will never ever touch. And you'll see the hot torch. You'll see the fluffy torch ignited. And so we have to manually make sure that the heat is evenly distributed because we can't let it's just not able to catch as much heat on its own when it's put into the glory hole. It's the first part, the last part in, and the first part out. So we're giving it a nice little fluffy torch moment. If you look, we've also applied these rollers here on the bench. The rollers are there to help us roll this pipe steadily in one place as fast as possible, which will give us a plate. So you can hear that little squeal, and the wood is just giving off that natural sound. And so that's what I was referring to earlier.
Oh, it's not gonna take long.
The question is, how long until we're all done? It's not going to take very long at all to get to that final point. So it's 4:05, give or take 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
I doubt that long.
Alrighty, so like I said, give or take 20 minutes, we be all done. We're getting close to the end. We're gonna spin this iris out. As you can see, Gabe has suited up. He has on a Kevlar suit, which is similar to what they use for bulletproof vests. And so he'll put on his face mask, he'll put on his mittens, and he'll put on his jacket. And he's gonna catch this thing off the pipe and put it away. And it's probably about, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 pounds, 35 pounds he has to catch. And that's at the heated rate of about 2,300 degrees. So it's just kind of heavy and it's just kind of hot. And this is when it gets really super fun. And there it goes, it's spinning out. And there is the iris. They're gonna paddle it to make it proper. And then as they rotate, that's what those rollers are for. It really helps us get a super fast spin. That's beautiful. We're gonna flash that transfer bit. It's also known as a punty bit. I think I told you guys that puntil means to bridge in the Italian language, and so it's how we piece the beginning and the end together. And so this is where we are. We're gonna give it a nice flash and then we're gonna knock it off. And when they stop spinning, you can kind of see all of the lines that are within these patterns. And a little water on that jack line. Gabe's gonna secure himself to catch it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. And let's give Gabe another big round of applause for getting this thing into the box. Nathan Weiss is the visiting artist today, and we had just finished one of his iris inspirations, and that's the portion of your eyeball that has color. So into the annealing oven is where the iris is placed. So depending on the consistency of glass also depends on how long it bakes. And so it'll be put into this annealing oven and ramped down over time at a computerized system set at a variable amount of time. And so it could be tomorrow, it could be the next day, but these ones are probably gonna be ready tomorrow. We'll see.
shit, I'm gonna have to submit them a portfolio. But because you've had a residency